We'll try that again. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Sean Plays. Today we have our first live stream in quite a while, and we are installing HDMI mods. We're going to try to do 3 HDMI mods today. So it should be quite interesting. And hello, Linnea. I'm not sure if I can hear you in the voice chat.
I haven't sent any links for you to find out.
Okay, cool. I can hear you in the voice chat, so that's excellent. And I think the voice chat's going across to the stream. Oh, hey, Mike. Glad you could make this one. This one's gonna be a doozy because this is where I might ruin stuff. But basically, so there's 3. Like I said, we've got 3 HDMI mods today. And the first one is awesome. Glad that you can hear things. That's always the worst thing is starting a stream and you're just talking and no one can hear you. And this is my first stream in quite a while. It's been a few months since I last streamed. I don't know if it was February or if it was all the way back in January, but we've been very busy. I guess before I really get into the PlayStation, since I'm gonna do this kind of in the order the consoles make the most sense to do it in, I guess, and that's gonna be the PlayStation, then the Xbox, and then the N64. And the reason for that is because the PlayStation is the oldest of the 3 consoles, so I figure I'll start there. But the reason I'm not doing the N64 next is because, as I'll talk about more, I don't have spare parts for the N64, whereas I do have spare parts for the Xbox and for the PlayStation. And I'll talk more about that when I get to each console. But for those of you who have been on my streams before, you may remember this room honestly looked a lot different last time. It had a lot more stuff in it, for one, but it had a wall, a whole bunch of guitars on the wall, and it had carpet. That's the big differences. Also had some guitar amps in here. We did get the house painted. We got new flooring. The carpet is gone from the entire house. It's kind of strange. I have spent my whole life living in homes that have carpet in basically everywhere except the kitchen and bathrooms, and maybe in like entryways. But yeah, like I grew up in a house like that. The apartments we rented were like that. The condo we owned was like that. This house, everything was carpet. We had, about 75% of the house was carpet. And what wasn't was bathrooms, kitchen, laundry room, entryway, wet areas. So yeah, this is really weird to me. But yeah, so we've done some major updates here. It does look pretty amazing throughout the whole house. But unfortunately, I can't give a tour. My kids are trying to go to bed, and my webcam's stuck to the computer. So maybe I'll do a tour one day. We'll do a Sean Plays Cribs edition. But for now, so we'll get started on this. So the story behind all of this is I fell down a hole in the internet and I paid a ransom and I came back up with a bunch of expensive mods for ancient systems. I think that's probably a fair description. And so old consoles, if you get into this whole thing with like the older consoles, you hear, oh, they put out a signal called 240p. And really, what they do is they put out a signal where it's 480i with half the lines populated. I'm not gonna mince words on that. That is basically what it is because 240p is not an official standard. And I don't know. I'm not going to try to get into like why they did that because I'm assuming it just was easier on the CRTs of the day. Back in the late 70s to really through the late 90s. For basically 20 years a color TV with composite inputs, even you had a fancy one with RGB, which you really don't ever see in the US. Even those, the TVs were generally small enough and blurry enough that everything kind of blends together anyway. You get the scan line effect, but it's not. I don't think scan lines are that big of a deal personally. Because really, I didn't know scan lines until I got on much bigger displays than what Linnea and I grew up with. These like 13-inch and 19-inch CRTs, you can't really see much between the lines. Someone's going to argue with me on that. That's their prerogative. Fine, enjoy your scan lines. I'm not here to tell you what the right or wrong way is to play, because some people probably think that what I'm doing is sacrilege on these systems, but in modern days, so essentially, like I said, a lot of TVs recognize this signal, this 240p signal is 480i, because really it's 480i with half the lines gone, as I interpret what it is. And so they display badly, they look really weird, they do weird things, and there's a lot of latency added, much more so than you would normally get with an LCD screen anyway. So what's cool for people who don't want to go through all this is there's some really neat devices now. This is a really great option for people. This is called a RetroTink Mini, RetroTink 2X Mini. And this one, these are about 80 bucks. So they're not cheap, but they're not horrifically expensive. And unlike, it's a S-video or composite video to HDMI converter. It works primarily for old consoles that put out 240p and 480i. And the reason you would want one of these over the like $20 or $40, $50 converters you find on Amazon and AliExpress and maybe at Best Buy is these do not add any latency to the signal. They just do a really quick deinterlace or 240p to 480p conversion, and it works really well to get a simple hookup to your modern TV, and it looks good. And like I said, it just puts out 480i. Now, so that helps a lot with the enjoyment of playing an old console. I've got the PlayStation over here. I'm going to bring it in front of us here in a moment when we start opening it up. But you do get the enjoyment of playing these old consoles. But you also get the benefit of using it on modern hardware easily, and it looks pretty good. I think for a lot of people this is probably sufficient, because I think a lot of people probably are not as neurotic as I am. It would really help. It does require power, and I did not plug the power back in when I moved it back over and plugged into the PlayStation. There we go. So I'll switch over as soon as I have something to switch over to. There we go. So we've got the basic PlayStation. This is the PlayStation 1 screen. So this is directly off the RetroTink. I think this screen's actually in 480i. Whereas most of the games play in 240p. That does just kind of affect how the RetroTink displays. There's a little bit of shaking. I think that's from the deinterlacing. I'm just loading a game. This kind of gives you an idea of what we're dealing with, though, because you can still see, it's kind of cutting off a little bit of the lettering. Now I've got no signal for a moment. So that's
yes,
where...
I should get my eldest to come and watch.
Yeah, you should. Hey, that was primarily because the system was switching modes video output modes, and the RetroTink is recognizing that and trying to catch up. Now, the PlayStation 1's not too bad about this stuff, but at the same time, that can be very distracting in some games. So, but I'm just going to show you guys kind of what this game looks like, just on the RetroTink. And so you can see, I mean, it doesn't look terrible. It is blurry for the time. I mean, that's just kind of the name of the game. I'm quiet now. I don't want to be quiet. Okay, I turned up my volume a bit. I have no idea what's going on because I've never actually played this game before. Anyway, this kind of gives you just the basic idea, like I said. So we have a bit of a border around the screen, not a big deal. But this is essentially, so the RetroTink is taking a 240p signal, line doubling it to 480p, and it's giving us, and then you know, on my screen it's being then upscaled to 4K the best it kind of can. It's not bad. I mean, really, this is much better than what a lot of TVs are going to do, so it could be worse. But this is still not exactly plug and play. You have to get the RetroTink. You have to plug it into the AV cables, into the HDMI cables, and stuff like that. And then you have to, and then you still have to, you basically just have multiple cables to hook up because you've got, like I said, you got the HDMI, you've got the AV, you've got power, and that's just for getting the video signal to your TV, and you have the RetroTink, and it looks like this. It's not bad. So what we're going to do is pop open this system and start modding. We're going to install like I said, an HDMI mod that is going to enable us to output HDMI natively, and this mod, the reason it's a mod and the reason this is such an intensive mod is because we're actually going to solder this mod into the system, and it's going to take the digital video signal and massage it into an HDMI digital signal and let us play on, like I said, modern TV, just like that. So I'm going to turn this off. And my desk space is a bit crazy to do. There's a lot to do these mods. Just get this unplugged over here. And the cool thing about this mod is we don't have to cut the case. We don't have to really do anything that's particularly invasive to the system. I want to actually, sorry, I need to rotate this around. For some reason, I did not rotate my desk around. Oh, that is not what was supposed to rotate. Yeah, those of you on Twitch and YouTube, you're fine. People on Discord are wondering what the heck I'm doing. There we go. All right, so that should be better. So what we have for this mod, I've got, of course, my soldering iron. I have a lot of tools. I have an iFixit kit. Lots of stuff. I have a microscope. that I'm pointing to, but you can't really see because my head is covering it. Because this mod is, move this over for a moment. I'm gonna go over what is in the box here. Flex cable, an envelope that had stuff in it, some stuff, another flex cable, and a Wi-Fi antenna, which is pretty cool. So as I mentioned, I have some extra parts. So the meat of this mod, the hardest part of this mod is considered the soldering. And so the soldering is these flex cables. And so just in case I mess up, I ordered 2 of them. And what's really crazy is, so this is the flex cable on the microscope, and this is zoomed in pretty well, so you can't see the entire set of contacts. That's fine, Linnea. I will turn up my voice a little bit more, and the game I might mute the next time I probably won't mute the game next time, but hopefully my voice is loud enough. And hi, Dennis. And hi to my nephews. So this is really small, and to give you so this is if you look in the lower left of your screen, I've got a quarter. This is a quarter. That is how small these traces are that had to be soldered. So this is a tricky mod. This is not something that if all you've done is soldered a wire here or there, this is not something you probably want to attempt. You do need to understand how to do drag soldering, how to not burn the hell out of your project. You probably need to know what Kapton tape and rosin flux is, things like that, because this isn't that hard if you are practice at soldering, but it's also, if you mess up, you're likely to break your system. And I mean, to be fair, I'm not amazing at soldering. I'm good, but I'm not amazing. There is a risk here that I will mess up a system tonight. So this could be really entertaining if I mess up a system. But that's what we're dealing with. And then, so back to the contents of this kit, though. So we've got, so we got as I mentioned, we have the flex cable that's going to actually allow us to connect this mod to the motherboard. We have our PCB, which this is actually one of the last things we need to deal with before closing the system, really. So this PCB is really cool. They're using an FPGA on here, relatively, something that's not too expensive, but it certainly is a relatively powerful FPGA, all things considered. And we've got a Wi-Fi antenna, and that's really cool because this mod actually lets you update over Wi-Fi to get new firmware updates. This is the only one of the mods I'm installing tonight that allows that. That's a really cool feature, and the guys that make the PlayStation, the PS1 digital, they're probably I think they're among the best in this kind of modding scene of doing this type of mod. And then finally, this is just a 3D printed little standoffs for the board, but also a little 3D printed surround, because something that's really cool about this mod is, so back to our PlayStation, the PlayStation has a serial port on the back, and that serial port is only really used for a very small number of games that you could hook 2 systems together. I don't know if you could even hook more than 2 systems together. I'm not even sure what games it works with, but I do know there's stuff that uses it. But we're actually going to remove the serial I/O port as part of this effort. And I may have to step away for a moment to grab my desoldering wick, because I think that's one thing I left at my workbench in the basement. But yeah, so that's an overview of the kit. I am going to go grab that desoldering wick because I do have to be able to get that off. I might be able to do it with with my hot air station, but I'm probably going to try to get rid of as much of the solder as possible with my desoldering wick first. So I will be right back. All right, sorry about that. So I now have my spools of desoldering wick. So, if you're wondering, I have the directions for this install up on a window to the side so I don't totally destroy something too quickly. But we're going to start off with the obvious first step of opening. And as we go, I am using the iFixit magnetic project mat. I'm not sponsored. I've paid for all this stuff. I wish I was sponsored. I had to say stuff like that because YouTube expects us to say stuff like that. I do have my iFixit project mat over here so I can mark everything. That will help when it comes to putting everything back together. If everything goes well, which I assume it will go just fine. If everything goes well, hopefully I'll be able to chop this video up a little bit and throw it onto throw an edited one onto YouTube, because this one's going to be could be kind of long. Each install is going to take between 30 and 60 minutes. And then of course we'll test it, we'll show a little bit of gameplay and move on to the next one. And yeah, so Michael, the FPGA stuff is really cool stuff these days. The things that are happening in the vintage gaming world. Tomorrow, I don't know that I got it scheduled on YouTube yet. It's scheduled on Facebook. The game console that is arriving tomorrow is a FPGA-based clone of a Super Nintendo. So now something funny about this, and I should probably note before I get too far in this. So I never owned one of these large PlayStation 1s, the original style PlayStation 1s, until I was getting ready to do this mod. I used to own one of the really small PS1s, but not the full-size PlayStation. And so it's kind of been interesting opening this up because it's a pretty cool design. So the top part just comes right off, and you've got obviously the the laser and everything here, there's not a lot of like plugs here. I think there's 4 total I had to worry about for this part. But we got the power supply over here, and then this is actually the power. The power button is actually directly on the power supply. The reset's right there, and then up here is the CD hinge, and it's really nice. There's no wires. They have a nice mechanism here for opening the lid, so it's nice and it doesn't just like pop open like some of those cheap CD players used to do back in the day. But there's no wires connecting the lid to this. It's just undo the screws in the bottom, flip it over, lift it right up. So that is a really nice design on Sony's part. And so our next piece, we got to continue our disassembly. So we're going to start by unplugging the power supply very carefully. These are still old systems. And also to note, this is a SCPH 5501. And that is important because there's only a handful of model numbers you can actually perform this mod on, and this is one of them. So we'll unplug everything here. I'm going to move this serial port or this parallel port cover out of the way. Those parallel port covers are really hard to replace. Now, I did actually pick up this console from Doc's Video Games here in Aurora, Colorado. Again, not sponsored, but I do a lot of my like vintage type gaming purchases, older gaming purchases. I don't know, vintage makes me feel old. But I do a lot of my gaming purchases from Doc's. They're great. Their stuff's authentic. It's tested. You get a 30-day warranty. Their prices are very good for this sort of stuff. So I do like shopping there. Unfortunately, with the pandemic, one thing that's definitely happened with the pandemic is that a lot of people, because they were all shut in, had nothing better to do than buy all the video games. So the selection's not always as good as it typically would be, and prices for a lot of video game stuff in general have been higher. PlayStation 1s are still pretty inexpensive. I think this one was like $80. There we go. So that's pretty reasonable for a system of this age and complexity. But yeah, a lot of games are pretty pricey right now. Okay. So now that we've got the laser off, we've got all the cables disconnected. We'll have our heat shield screws. Or not heat shield. What is this? It calls it a heat shield. We'll call it a heat shield. The instructions say it's a heat shield. I think it's also for RF. So we're going to get all these screws out. There's not too many here. And then once this is off, we'll be able to start to get into the real fun stuff. Because our first piece is we have to actually get everything open, and then our next piece is we modify the heat shield. And I've got my Sonic the Hedgehog glass. So Linnea, does Atari 2600 count as retro or vintage? I think the 2600 is older than you even, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know when the 2600 came out. It came out before I was born. No, 2600? No. No, it came out in the 70s. I'm sure of it. Okay, so it's slightly younger than you. All right, we'll give you the retro then. All right, so our heat shield has to be modified. So it needs us to remove the pressed dimple, and that the dimple it's referring to is this one. And that's because when this all goes back together, this dimple here is going to be going where the HDMI, the PS1 digital board is. So at this the point where I'm going to put on safety glasses because otherwise I'm probably going to poke my eye out with something. Right. I have my magnifying safety glasses. Let's see if these, Alright, side cutters have done their job. And I have lost that little piece of metal. Awesome. Alright, well, it's off. Just means I'll have to make sure I vacuum after this is done. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. So that's going in the trash. That's useless now. Okay, so that's our first piece. Then we get into our motherboard prep. Oh, we have one other piece. We have to pull up a metal tab with pliers on here, and that's, I believe, so that things can go through. So it's this metal tab here. And we're just gonna bend that. With my super normal strength. Alright, that should be out of the way now. Okay, so we're done with the heat shield for now. So our next step is we have to pull off this copper shield. It's kind of interesting. It's got these little holes for the closed door and those capacitors. Unfortunately, the capacitors on here all look good, which isn't too surprising since I did just buy this system and they do check out the systems before they sell them over there. Okay, so we're going to put that to the side so we can put that back on maybe later. I don't know if that goes back on or not. And then we get into our first round with the soldering iron. Because we're actually going to remove this piece of metal here. And so obviously there's no point in... I'm actually going to pull the motherboard out the rest of the way, but there's no point in showing this part on the microscope yet. But I do want to pull the motherboard out all the way before we proceed, mostly because I don't want to melt the case. And I'm actually going to also do myself a favor. And I'm going to take pictures of this point so I know what I'm putting back where in case I can't figure it out later. Seems like a novel idea. And we'll mark this. That's the motherboard to case screws there. Now, some other cool things about this mod, stuff I probably won't really be able to show today just due to the fact that I don't have many games I don't have an optical drive emulator. But there's some other cool stuff that's come to market. There's optical drive emulators. It's actually really easy to back up your own PlayStation 1 games with a standard computer and CD-ROM drive, um, and so if you can back up your own games and then you can put them on the optical drive emulator instead of running the discs themselves, and they'll load a little bit faster. But not in addition to loading faster, you also get the benefit of with HDMI, with this PS1 digital and an optical drive emulator, you get the benefit of it'll save your video preferences per game. I'm heating up the soldering iron right now. This soldering iron's cool. It heats up in about 10 seconds. But anyway, it was late 80s, wasn't it? 92 for in the US or outside the US? Jeez. Yeah. I can't imagine they were still selling them in the US that long though. I mean, the US was so past the 2600 by that point. Yeah. So I remember getting like clearance games for the 7800 in like the late 80s. Because I mean, the 78. Well, yeah. I mean, when did? Oh, I don't know when we got ours. It might have. It was probably not 86. But yeah, I mean, we have one in that basement somewhere. I don't know where it is at the moment. All right. I'm just grabbing some tweezers to make this maybe a little bit easier on me since holding on to desoldering wick tends to get kind of warm. So I had to desolder this RF shield. And this is one of the things that is pretty typical of older things. So I've got my wedge tip. I've cleaned it off. Now I'm just gonna come in here, and actually I'm gonna grab this with the pliers instead. This is better for grabbing some others for grabbing components and wires, not so much the desoldering wick. But we just gotta press the desoldering wick down on these solder joints with the soldering iron, and it will start sucking it up. And it'll probably take a fair bit of this stuff to do it. And this is actually a pretty. This is a lot of. This is the type of thing that can be more challenging than you would expect because there's a lot of solder holding this down, and this is a big hunk of metal that we're trying to melt solder from. Oh, and sorry, we're gonna have a little bit of noise here because I like to have at least some degree of solder being filtered. The smoke of the solder being filtered. I'm gonna move my microscope for now. Microscope will be important. Now the microscope's mostly going to be so that I can verify the solder joints. and so you can see what's going on the screen. It's not going to be the only thing I use to actually solder this stuff in. Alright. Let's boost this. Sorry for the noise of the fan. Alright, we may need to try a little soldering trick here. We may need to add some fresh solder and then desolder this. Oh yeah, that looks much better. Okay. Fourth time's a charm. As I mentioned, this does take quite a bit of heat to soak in to get all this stuff. It's a lot of metal, a lot of solder, and it's old solder. That's part of why just adding some fresh solder can really help get this flowing. We can see the solder getting onto that wick there. There's still quite a bit left. And something like this, you could use a desoldering iron potentially, but you're probably better off with the solder wick, I think. And of course, you know, if people disagree with me on this stuff, you know, leave it in the comments. But this is all my opinion, and I'm not an expert solderer. Fortunately, this is the only one that I had to worry about desoldering an RF shield for. And the solder wick really is just copper with a lot of rosin flux in it typically. And we're getting there. It's just a slow process because there is a ton of solder on this. And the other fun part is this will have to be done from the other side as well, because this RF shield goes through. I think. Oh no, it actually doesn't go through. No, it goes through in some place. The solder doesn't go through, so that's a good thing. So I'll be able to start getting this off. I'm going to desolder I'm going to get as much of the solder off as I can, and then we'll start gently pulling it off. mind you, all this solder has lead in it, so that's a big reason why we want this little filter thing here, which honestly could be, you know, if I was doing this all the time, I would have a better one. Also important afterwards to, after dealing with leaded solder, wash your hands really well, things like that. Really don't want this little cable in the way. Okay, got the little cable off. The big thing, one of the big things at this point is we just want to make sure we're not accidentally melting something we shouldn't be. Yeah, we're gonna do that same trick again. We're gonna flow in some fresh solder and then desolder. See how much of this I can just get onto my iron and take off. Possibly even able to just, there we go. Yeah, just lift that up like that. Let that cool. So this is fairly thin and flexible here. Alright. That's the soldering iron beeping, letting me know it's about to leave the boost mode. I'm turning it back to boost. Get this next piece here. It's a little warm. Desolder that. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Making good progress now. One more spot and then we are free. Oh, that one's kind of stuck on. I might need to flow that some. Alright. Alright, we got that off. I'm going to do a little bit of cleanup here, though, because we have a lot of globs of solder that are just kind of hanging out now. little bit more cleanup before we move, and then we'll move forward. That should be enough for now. See what we have to do for anything else as we go forward, but that gets us a good start. I can take that off a boost and move on to the next step. So we got our heat shield off, or our RF shield off. So our next step is removing the serial port. So as I mentioned, the serial port comes off, and that's actually where our HDMI is going to go. And I think I may have also mentioned, but I don't remember, this mod leaves the, it actually leaves the regular connection still intact and working. And I might be able to get this off with the hot air gun. I am going to try to do it with a desolder wick because I just would feel better about desoldering this, at least for the most part, with that way. But if it's not going quickly enough, I may throw on some Captain tape and take a stab at doing it with the heat gun. This might be a little tricky to get desoldered all the way here. Let's boost this again, see if we can get it to melt there. Yeah, we might have to get some fresh solder and reflow these. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's try to desolder these guys as much as we can. Yeah, we'll try the heat gun, but let me throw on some Captain tape. So Captain tape is great for, it kind of helps shield things from heat a little bit. It also is also a nice electrical insulator. It's not conductive. It's something that we will be using throughout these installs tonight because it's perfect for working with this sort of stuff. What I'm going to do is put on these places, kind of help shield it from the heat some. And even though I probably don't need to do it here, I'm going to throw it on this other side as well, just to keep things in place. But it shouldn't be an issue. That could be a famous last words situation right there. this part, we're going to have a circuit board holder. Hopefully make this just a little bit easier to handle. If I make it fit. All right. And our heat gun. You know what? That tip really the size I want. Will probably be fine. Alright, so we got our airflow. I'm going to heat this up to about 300. We're just waiting for it to preheat. These things get really hot. You have to be super careful with them, both from a injury and from a destroying your board standpoint. So we're going to just carefully move this around over here. And we got to keep it moving because we don't want to burn anything. If we're lucky, this will melt our solder without too much trouble, and this will more or less just come off. I was afraid we're going to have to reflow this and then just pull it off. This is not coming, and I'm just afraid of damaging things. Right, I'm going to pull this off. We're just going to add a little bit of fresh solder, then desolder, and hope this works. I'm sure we'll get it off eventually. The soldering part is honestly, in some ways, I think, easier than the desoldering. Alright, back to the desoldering wick. Because I'm afraid of burning things up with a hot air station. So what games is anyone playing these days? What's Cozy Grove? Mm-hmm. Sounds like the typical stuff you play. It's like it sounds like the type of stuff like Stardew Valley and things like that that you like. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think I've ever played Pitcross. Like a grid of pictures or okay. Oh, I should try that. That sounds like something I'd like. Yeah. And what is that on Switch or what is that on? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really enjoy phone games all that much. Some of them are okay. Way back in the day, I got through all of Bust a Move on iPhone. That was fun. I like it when my desoldering works. It's getting there. I know, it's hard to see on the display. I could probably put this under the microscope, but I don't know how interesting it's going to be under the microscope. But I'll try. Let's try it. I have the microscope. Let's use the microscope. Yeah, there's uh, man, I'm kind of flattered that you stopped Fallout 4 to watch this stream. Actually, um, I'm also kind of surprised at the number of friends I have that still play Fallout 4 all this time later. All right. Let's see if I can get this to show up on the microscope. And so Dennis, yeah, there is actually a an end to Bust a Move, but It depends. I think there's different versions because, like on the iPhone, there's a bunch of levels, and you just go through the whole thing and you can beat it. But yes, I think even in I think most versions that's actually how it works. That there's just a bunch of levels that you go through. Um, but it's a lot. It's a lot of levels. Yeah, Michael, you were kind of late to the party then on Fallout 4. It's a fun game though. I have not finished it. I have not ever. I still haven't beat it. I'll leave that on boost. Stay on boost. Stay. Go. So I did get. I don't fully understand all the controls on the soldering station I got a couple months ago from Bang Good, but this thing has made soldering so much easier. Um, I'll post a link later, but man, I mean, it just makes a huge difference to have a significantly better soldering setup. Moved it where you can't see what I'm doing. So right now I am just trying to get all of this. Yeah, Fallout 1. So, um, yeah, a lot of people get into the settlement piece. The settlements are almost like a game within a game. It's like some people just, that's all they do is the settlements and they don't ever bother finishing a game. I mean, if you're having fun, that's what matters, right? Yeah, although I still like bugging your children about if things are really games. So I'm still not sure Minecraft is really a game. Um, but yeah, I started Fallout 1 because I wanted to like start the series from the beginning, and I really just had a really hard time with it and never really got into Fallout 1. It is a lot different than 3 or 4 or New Vegas. New Vegas is pretty cool. I have unfortunately not finished any of them because I apparently enjoy doing stuff like this more than actually playing games, but you know. Alright, so. Okay, I'm gonna add some more solder on these as well. Like, doesn't matter if anything's bridged because it's all gotta go away. And if this goes too long, this marathon will get spread out across another stream maybe, because at some point I do want to sleep. But I figure I can do up to 4 hours of this. We'll see if I last that long or not. This microscope's actually more zoomed in than I anticipated it would be. But I think it's working okay. The soldering iron is fantastic. I should definitely post a link to the soldering iron because this. I'll be honest. I think it's basically a Hako knockoff. From their tips that have the heat element in the tip instead of on the handle. But that it's got really good temperature control, and the tips heat up really quickly, and those two things make a huge difference in soldering stuff like this because you don't find yourself just all of a sudden losing heat and then waiting and holding things too long. Um, so that's what makes this just so much easier to work with. Still have a little bit of work left on this. I think I need to get some solder off of this side. And sorry if you can't see on the microscope at the moment. Just have a couple spots that are being tricky to get the solder off. I've almost got it all, I think. All right. This type of stuff's a blast right here. Still a little bit too much solder on that leg. Oh, thanks, Mike. Yeah, the microscope's going to be a very important piece as I get into the actual mod. This is just the prep work still, sadly. And the funny thing is, it's like once the prep work is done, the mod itself should actually go pretty quick. Sometimes it's just so hard to get enough of this off. that's where we resort to our big, way too much rosin coming out there on this paper, but that's okay. Put some rosin in here. Try to get just a little bit more solder off of this without destroying it. So the people that do this more regularly will make sure they're more proficient with the heat gun, because that's a whole lot faster. And I don't think I'm just not as proficient as I really would like to be. Oh yeah, that stuff smokes. I am, of course, using a non-corrosive rosin that, even if I don't get it all washed off, and it's not one that has to be activated or anything like that, it will just not be corrosive. That's a very important thing. A lot of the so-called no-clean, non-corrosive solders or rosins that are out there, they will be corrosive unless you go through a full heat cycle and like a reflow. Yeah, honestly, the solder points being really small, that's not the part that I think is really that hard. It's not damaging the board when you're doing stuff like this, where I'm trying to get this thing to come off, and it is really just hard to get to come off because it doesn't. It's you have a bunch of points. At this point, I am going to try the heat gun again. You have multiple points, and they are donk. And they're all just holding it in a little bit, but it's enough that if you're not really careful, you can really damage the board. And that would be really, really bad. And this is also tough because I just don't have a great thing to grab this with to pull it off. I think I will try using I don't know if this is the right use of this, but I've got a spudger. I'm not sure if I know how to use it. We're going to try to use the spudger to help. Maybe I'll use a plastic spudger. We're going to try to use a spudger to make this come off a little bit easier. Plastic one, we'll find out. So I just need this to kind of come away from the board. I also have a little hooky part here, so maybe I can use that. This thing is very stubborn. But once we get it off, then we're on then we got smooth sailing from here. liking the way that's feeling. Let's just try the pliers. But what I'm worried about is if you do this for too long, you end up with the heat permeating through the board too much. And that's a very bad thing. Because then we can end up melting components off the board or just damaging the board or damaging the components. Try this again. We're gonna keep at it though till we get this off and hope that I haven't broken anything in the process. No worries. I don't know. I'm still freaking out that I'm just gonna break this. If I haven't already, for all I know. It's really hot, and it's still not just coming off. I don't think it's hot enough that I've damaged any components. I hope not. I really hope not, because this should just be basically free by now, but I just have enough solder on there still that is not cooperating. This is the part that is just gonna drive me absolutely insane, because once this is done, then we're on to, I have one or two little things that have to be removed. Nothing hard at all. And then we're on easy street to just get this all put in. And Daz, I think once we get this off and you see how the mod itself goes on, I think you'll see that the soldering itself can actually be not really all that hard. I really think it's the desoldering that's the really frustrating part. Because you can, it's like I can just see that I have just enough solder still there. All of the pins for this serial port still have just enough solder on them that I can't quite get this off. It's getting there, but this is the part where a desoldering iron would be very helpful. But I don't have one. that's free-ish. Definitely needs to get some more off there. Like, the people that make these things are just wicked smart. So, Kakash, what did you solder in Boy Scouts? I don't think I ever did soldering in Boy Scouts. It's like the never-ending little last bits of solder here. Hey, welcome. And? So it's lifted? So does that mean your truck is not drivable? Like, it looks really fast all the time. Yeah, I thought having a motorcycle back in the day that looked really fast all the time would be enough, but no, you gotta really go fast on those too, and I was an idiot back in those days. Yeah, sorry, I'm like desperately trying to desolder this, not that, this, without destroying things. And, it's like there's just... There's just been enough left. Yeah, because you got your second shot today. That's probably for the best. super close, but we're just not quite there. This is this is just amazingly frustrating right now. Yeah, totally talking about his truck. I don't think anyone else here has a truck they're gonna lift. And honestly, I don't even know that many people with trucks. I saw that. It looks pretty good, but it also doesn't really look like a truck. The Ridgeline? Yeah, plus, honestly, I think for the type of truck it is, I think it's hard to compete with the Ridgeline. That's true, and so maybe it'll sell well in Australia. Yeah, it does seem really small, doesn't it? Oh, smaller than the Ranger? Oh my god, we're free. If I didn't totally destroy this board in the process, I think we're okay. So that's what we look like. Oh, here, let me throw the microscope on this. So I think most of this is burned up rosin, not burnt plastic. And that is one side of the board. That looks pretty good. I don't think I broke any traces. And then this side, I need to just clean up real quick. So I'm going to grab some alcohol and clean it up. I'm using the alcohol to clean it. I probably could use some alcohol to drink too. I like Dennis's vote of confidence there. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, look at it. This looks really nice once it's clean. You know, look at that. I probably didn't fuck this up. I probably shouldn't be using the F word on here, but I think I can get away with one or two per lengthy stream. That was awful. I think I kept all the surface mount components in place. This is the part where I'm gonna peel off this captain tape, and if something falls off, I'll have to put it back on. But no, everything looks like it's in place, so that's good. I'm telling you, like, captain tape is such a godsend. It's so much better than the old days of that nasty electrical tape. And yeah, I know a lot of things still use electrical tape, but captain tape is way better for a lot of this stuff. Oh god. It always like leaves a residue almost immediately in my experience. I know. And like you think, oh, I'm stretching it, it'll stay on nice. No, you're just making things worse for yourself later. Uh huh. um. Hmm. you just need to adjust your pickups then. Maybe you just need to get better at slapping. I mean, at I am terrible at slapping. I actually think mine looks really respectable compared to the. I wish I could show the picture easily on my thing, and that's. It's not zoom. It's not. Oh, was it focusing now? I'm like totally moving this the wrong direction. I think it looks pretty good overall for how horrible that went. Okay, so now I have one last thing to remove, and this one should be easy to remove. I just have to be careful not to, as with everything else, I just have to be careful not to screw it up. This one should be easy to remove, but could be something where I might mess up something else. So I've got. This is where the microscope really can kind of shine here. Okay. So, getting this on the microscope because this one is. Don't mind the beeping soldering iron. So, I have this upside down. I need to move. Okay. So right there, that really, really, really tiny capacitor that's right in front of my finger. God, my fingers look so fat up with this. um, that one little tiny capacitor has to be removed. And I'm double checking and triple checking if that's really the right one to remove because I don't want to have to put that back on. I'm actually going to move the microscope. Oh yeah, I can't really move the microscope because my USB cable's not long enough. I'll just move the fan out of the way, the little solder sucking thing. That way I can match this up with the picture. So, because there, yeah, that's our little guy right there, right by the X201 and the 11 and the 12. That little tiny thing has to go away. And that is going to be a total blast. It's actually really shouldn't be hard at all to get that one off. It's more of a quadruple check that that's the right one, which I think I've done. And then we're just going to gently put the soldering iron against it. Okay, good, I'm on the microscope. Come on. You know what? I'm going to grab the tweezers so that I don't send it flying into something else. And knowing my luck, it would come off here in a moment, and then it would fly into something else and get kind of stuck. And that would suck. Come on. Okay, so what's funny about this is the exact type of surface mount component that you will accidentally move and then have to put back on, and it's awful. But of course, when I want to remove it, it's just kind of like, nope, I don't think so. It moved a little bit. We'll get it. We'll get it without damaging anything. That's coming. Now it's flipped over, and it's off. Alright, and I don't think we have anything bridged. So we're gonna just double check. And back to one of my favorite little tools here, the desoldering wick. We're just to make absolutely certain that we removed it and didn't bridge something, we're just gonna dab that with some desoldering wick right there. Okay. Alright, and for a complete making sure that we're not having any issues. We've got our multimeter. We're gonna touch that little component right there. Touch right. And then right there. And right there. Yep, we're not bridged. So excellent. We are moving now. All right. This is the fun part. This is where we actually get to do something. This is where we get to install flex cables and actually get to do stuff. My fingers aren't that steady. They are fat. So this is kind of cool. So flex cable time. So our first flex cable we're installing is the controller flex cable. And I'm going to carefully remove it from this. This is a really cool thing so as I mentioned earlier in the stream, this does let you set up different settings for different games and different screen modes. And to access the menu, you actually use a button combination on the controller. So this little flex cable here says PS1 Digital Controller Flex 1.0, solder on this side. And so this actually is soldered onto the controller port. And so it's gonna go basically. Here, let me get back to the microscope. So it's basically this is the plug where the controller ports plug into, but this is actually going to go on the controller port, and I will be using some Captain tape here to help out with this effort. But it'll just kind of go like that, and we'll solder it in, and then when this is all done, we'll be able to use a keypad shortcut to access the menu and do settings and stuff. So I think that's the Xbox is the only one that that doesn't have that as part of the kit per se. But that's because on the Xbox, I think the reason is because the Xbox has USB controllers, but that's where using a mod chip and a custom BIOS comes in. So I'm going to take this away from there for just a moment so I can put this in place. So, like I said, Captain tape is your friend. Because with the Captain tape, I can just tape down these pieces, and then that makes the soldering really easy. Because then we're just we tape it down. We throw on a little bit of rosin. We hit it with a soldering iron and some solder, obviously, and then we're done. The only thing that's a little bit of a challenge here is that there is a little component on the board that's just a little bit in the way. I'm going to use the tweezers to help me with that. Oh, I just noticed some of these chips were made in Korea for this Japanese game console. That's really not surprising, given what we know about Korea these days. I mean, even those of you who aren't into all things Korean are well aware of your phones and TVs and everything. Okay. So now, there's our Captain tape. Okay, this microscope is honestly really handy. So I'm just going to put a little dash of rosin flux in. Don't need to get crazy, but flux is, for people who do think that this is tough, the thing about flux is that flux makes this so much easier. Because flux just kind of, it's a chemical reaction, and it kind of just makes the solder attracted to the metal. And what that means is that you get nice joints, but it also means that you are much less likely to have bridging. Ooh. Even though I have a big glob of solder there, I might change tips for some of this. I can actually kind of just go across and clean that up, and it'll be just fine. I can gently take this off. Use the tweezers just in case. Well, and let me clean the iron. Go. So I can just kind of drag the iron like that, which you probably didn't see, 'cause sorry, I had to move it closer. But now, those should not be bridged. Those should all actually be in there pretty good. A little bit concerned with the first one there. I think it's okay, but I'm just not certain. No, I don't think that one's okay. I'm going to hit this with a little bit more solder for that one. And a little bit more flux. There we go. Okay, so more flux, more solder. See how that looks. That one's still not down well. So what I don't want is to get this closed up and then have to come back. I'm pulling this off just so I can get at a different angle here. this also I have extra flex cables because I may have singed the flex cable a little bit. Let's see. Oh, it's looking good. You can kind of see where you might have singed the flex cable a little bit, but I don't think it's damaged. And now when I look at this, yeah, that's down much better. So we'll know when we boot this thing up if I've destroyed anything. We're gonna get some flux in there. Get some solder on the iron. Gotta be careful because of that. Some of these surface mount components are really close there. Alright, so looking at this. Yeah, see, those all look really good. So now, again, I grab the multimeter. Now, the multimeter is going to be a little less useful on on one of these, but on this it's pretty useful because I can, if I put it together, it beeps. And see, if there's bridging, we're going to hear a beep when I touch these two. And we don't, so that's good. What we should have also is to be able to just touch the end of the flex cable. That's interesting, but yeah. Yeah, so we've got connections, which is great. That's all good. We can take off this Captain tape and move on to the next step. I have a feeling I'm only going to do the PlayStation tonight, to be honest, because this is we're 2 hours in, and while I know I spent the first 30 minutes or so talking, this is a lot. This is I was hoping this would go faster, but that desoldering just oof. Yeah, so this is where. So this next one is the hardest one, because the next one is the one that actually goes on the actual, I guess, the GPU. And it's basically checking to make sure I'm looking at this correctly, but so it's basically, this is the GPU. I know that's hard to see on the desk from that overhead. This is actually in the area where we removed that that little tiny capacitor, and that's so one of the fun things with this flex cable is this flex cable actually has 3 super tiny capacitors on it. Now this flex cable does also have a little bit of adhesive to help keep it down. I may throw some Kapton tape on there to help help with where this is put. I'm also going to probably switch the tip on the soldering iron here. I may not really need to, but it might work better to use this chisel tip instead. So I'm kind of waiting for the soldering iron to cool off at the moment. And then I can change this out. But so what's going on here is, now for this one, we can't actually get the entirety of this chip on the microscope at once, but this is the chip here. So there's the 156 and 157, and so this cable is going to attach. Not quite like that. It's actually going to attach like this is the really, really hard part of the whole thing. It's got to be lined up perfectly. So it's going to attach there, like that, and then we drag solder it, and that's the most important piece of this whole thing. And we also have to have it back far enough that we're not bridging. So if you see that top wire there, we don't want to bridge that with that leg. We just want it to be on that copper pad. So this is the part that is probably the hardest of the whole thing. Well, I think the desoldering was actually harder, but oh, that's not even adhesive. That's just is that adhesive? I think that might just be a pad. It might just be a pad to keep it from sticking to something there. So yeah, so this is the most critical part of the whole thing to get right. Which is once again why we have Kapton tape. So while the soldering iron's cooling off, I'm gonna use the Kapton tape to get this in place, and then I'm going to switch the tip on the soldering iron to one that's going to be a little bit better for this. And then we are going to cross our fingers and hope I don't screw this up. I mean, we can reset from it if I do. It's just hard. It'll be a lot better if I get it right the first time. Actually slapping the Kapton tape over those capacitors. So I've seen some installs for stuff like this where they get it on they get the capacitors knocked off of a flex cable, and if you knock the capacitor off the flex cable, you gotta somehow get it back on. Yes, I'm not lined up correctly there. Welcome back. You are in time for the real excitement. So, Shield, are you still playing bass much? You mentioned the slap bass. But you, but none of us have gone anywhere. I'm grabbing a fresh piece of Captain Tape. Fair. I've been doing fun stuff with the house. Did you notice the floor? And the lack of guitars on the wall? I do have guitars in here, though. I have a guitar off to my right that you can't, that doesn't. Yeah, the luxury vinyl plank. I think it's just funny that's like luxury. I'm like, and don't get me wrong, it's nice. It's nicer than linoleum. It is a very nice looking floor. It is honestly a very nice material. Um, but I don't really like. To me, I guess growing up, I grew up in a house with carpet and linoleum and laminate counters. And so I guess on one hand, tile is luxury, hardwood is luxury. I don't, and so I guess this is luxury compared to linoleum, but I just find it funny the number of things they throw luxury in front of, and like, it's luxury because we say so. They definitely did that. Yeah, that's kind of my thought. I don't know. I wonder about that because, of course, did you ever have vinyl seats in the car when you were growing up? Okay, Dennis, it's really surprising to me that you're a carpet guy. hmm I really so so this looks incredible. If for the like the new floors look incredible. And I think a lot of that is because it is. Um, I think a lot of that is because the new floors are. So the office is separate from everything else in terms of the luxury vinyl plank flooring stuff, but the rest of the house is basically like one giant sea of like the living room, or sorry, the family room, the dining room, the hallways, the bedrooms essentially form one giant sea of fake wood, and it's good looking fake wood. So it looks really nice, but um, I'm not a huge fan of not having any carpet. My feet don't really like it. It does. Yeah, a little. No, we so Linnea and I Yeah, I'm so with you on that, Dennis. Cork floors? Oh, cork. That's weird. Okay, polished concrete looks cool in a loft. Whoa, this thing's like heating up immediately when I like pull it off, which means okay, still cool enough I can change this. Um, yeah, polished concrete in a loft style apartment would be honestly really cool. Um, but I wouldn't want to live like that forever. Um, the the carpet, I'm with everyone that thinks like it's a lot less tiring on your feet because I have so I, we are a no shoes in the house household, you know. So I have shoes, my foot. I have shoes that are indoor shoes only, and I run them through the washing machine occasionally to keep them nice and clean. And then I have a pair of like slip-on shoes as well for the same purpose. So yeah, so I gotta say it's not something I'm a huge fan of. It it looks really nice though, and a lot of people these days really want lots and lots of like. Apparently, vinyl plank is whoa. That's a lot of rosin. I'm gonna have to clean that up. Apparently, vinyl plank is like the way to go. I need to grab something to clean that up with. I will be right back because I gotta get paper towels. I'm probably going to have to remove that and clean it up. And that was a mess. It won't damage anything, but it's not going to help anything either. Oh, sorry. Like turning the light on my wife while she's sleeping because I need some cleaning supplies. So anyway, yeah, I think what I would do if I had this would work better. I think with a two-story house because I think it looks more cohesive in this home by having just tile in the wet areas um, and the wood, the vinyl wood everywhere else. But what I would probably do, like I have a friend who has a recently built two-story home, and it's like fake wood for the dining room and the entryway, and the living room, which are all living room is like right by the entryway. All right, cleaning up. Then I think we're ready to. I think we're ready to solder after I clean this mess up. Oh, that's unfortunate. Am I okay now? Um, super carefully. Um, so since you weren't on at the beginning, you didn't see the comparison on size. But I have a Corda and I have a microscope. So this is the that's the contacts. That is a quarter. Oh, the grid is just the thing the microscope's stuck to. Oh, the grid is 5 millimeters. Sorry. Yeah. So yeah, it's 5 mil. Each square is 5 millimeters. Yeah, it's about an inch wide total. Because maybe maybe a maybe an inch and a quarter, especially because of the funny little overhang there. But and it has to be soldered in place. It has to be aligned perfectly and soldered in here. And I think this is probably, aside from not destroying things while I was trying to desolder stuff earlier, I would say this is probably the hardest part overall. And this is why I wanted to get the microscope before I attempted these. Because by having the microscope, I can at least validate if I'm lined up correctly and things like that. And the rosin helps a lot with the magic of making this actually work so that you don't bridge connections. So essentially what we're going to do here, so I've now like burned my sponge, but that's okay. Alright, I got this. I'm going to tin my iron. This is actually the first time I've used this tip. Alright. I'm going to add a little bit of solder again. So we got the rosin. We got a iron that is more or less ready to go. I'm going to move so I can access it a little bit better with my right hand here in a moment. The Captain tape is not helping with this, unfortunately, because of all the components that are actually under this cable. So, I'm going to line this cable up. I'm going to try that again, because I need the... You know what? I'm going to actually do something really crazy. I'm going to do the iron with my left hand. Because once this is lined up, I can't line this up and hold it in place with my left hand very easily. Alright, we're doomed if we've messed this up. I'm kidding. We're not doomed, we're just going to be really miserable if we've messed this up. But we should be fine. Whoa. So I'm going to get a little bit more solder on the iron. I have a lot of stuff bridged at the moment, but that's okay because we're going to go back and fix that. Okay. Alright, so where we're at right now is hopefully this is all lined up still. Looks pretty good on the alignment, but you can see there's a lot of bridging. That's fine. That's kind of to be expected at this moment. I'm going to clean off the iron. I'm going to turn this around so I can work on it right-handed. So how were you trying to clean it up, though? Yeah, that's basically what you do. So you clean your iron, and you apply some rosin, and you just because look how much better that is already. The magic is the rosin, and something to clean your iron with. Because it's basically all just about drag soldering without damaging those little surface mount components that are on the ribbon cable there. That would be really bad to damage those. I think I still have some bridging there. Yeah. And I can basically just keep applying rosin as needed to help get it off. Sorry, I can't. Unfortunately, the microscope just has such a short neck on it that I can't always get it where people can see it. Because I'm like, this is also why I'm not using the. Like, I probably could have done this with the kind of large chisel tip I was using. I could not do this well. I could not drag this stuff out with a too small of a tip. And I might even hit that with the desoldering wick just to help this process along a little bit there. Because I just have too much solder. Looking decent. I don't know that we're quite there yet. Let's turn this and let's take a look on the microscope. I think I probably still have some bridges there. I think that's bridge right there. actually don't know that I have that soldered well at the edge there. It's really close now. So we still have that bridge there, which I could see. Not sure if those pins are bridged. This stuff looks pretty good, though. Make sure I have this other pin down. No worries. I would be if I wasn't so, invested. I'm just hoping that one's not bridged. Don't think it is. I'm gonna throw in some more desoldering wick over here just to clean up because I definitely have a bit too much solder still. Yeah, we're getting close to the end though once I get this cleaned up. Because I think I have good alignment, and that's probably my biggest worry is the alignment, because the bridging, if there's any bridging left, I just need to find it and fix it, basically. So I'm going to clean up the flux and test for bridges. Any of you watch Louis Rossmann? That's a resounding no, apparently. So Louis Rossmann does a lot of repair work, primarily on Apple devices, and he has a lot of opinions when it comes to Apple. They're not very flattering opinions, but it's just kind of interesting, like, watching him work, because he does, like, really serious stuff. He even has the a reball machine. And for those of you who don't know what a reball machine is, so, if you're looking at this, looking at this PlayStation 1 here, all of these components, even though these are surface mount components, you can see all the little legs. I mean, that's how this is working to install this mod, is all these little legs. So he can actually take the more modern stuff that's I think it's like PS3 or PS4 is really where it started with the consoles. Um, and he can actually reball something that like a lot of surface mount components these days, you don't see legs. If you pull it up, there's a ball grid array, I think is what they call it, and so you have little solder balls on each point, and it's a machine that like puts it down, and the whole thing is then heated in an oven when it's assembled. Reworking that sort of stuff is really hard and takes specialized equipment, and he has that. And also, even if you have the specialized equipment, if you don't know how to use it, good luck. So this is gonna be fun. So this one I can at least just kind of touch there and there. So it's not bridged. Just checking that that's. So that's good. So that's not bridged. That's the first spot. Now, moving on to the next spot. Let me kind of rotate this so you guys can still kind of follow along with what I'm doing here, even if it's a little awkward angles at times. There we go. No worries. Sounds good. Actually, I'm going to move this more in my line of sight. But yeah, right now I am just checking to see if I have any bridges, because I am super paranoid. And that might be a bridge, it might not be. It's kind of weird when it goes the wrong direction, because normally when, so like what I'm looking at when I'm watching the multimeter, you can see right now there's like a 1. And if you put the contacts together, which is what essentially happens when you have a bridge, it drops. It basically drops to 0 or close to 0. So when it goes up, that's really strange when it becomes like some high number. I don't know what that actually means. But it's probably not a bridge, because if it was a bridge, it would go way down. It beeps. And the beep is the thing we don't want. And we're looking pretty good. Alright, have a good night. There's a little bit of a bridge there, I think. I have a bridge there, which is fun, because I didn't actually need to hit that. So, okay, so we're not quite done, but we're close. I'm glad that you think this is amazing, Michael. I'm worried that this is boring because this is a lot of like, hey, look, this isn't going as well as it would be if I was a professional who knew what the fuck I was doing. Okay, I think that's my last f-bomb for the stream. I think I've hit the quota, the YouTube limit at that point where they'll start something deplatforming. Okay, I definitely see some bridge places. Really, really close. I think I've just about got all these bridges taken care of. Oh, I'm so glad I bought some magnifying specs for this. This is making this, like, the microscope and the magnifying glasses are making a huge difference in actually be able to see enough to know that I'm getting this stuff taken care of. Turning the fan off for now. And yeah, Des, I did see your comment about the hardwood. Looks amazing, but that's about it. I like, honestly, if it wasn't kind of if this luxury vinyl wasn't the thing that a lot of people want, like a lot of people want it, I don't think I would do it. Not all over the place. I think it would look really good in the dining room. An office looks good with it. I'm not sure if I'd do it in my office though for myself or not. Just because I don't really expect in the long term to be seeing people in my office, like having people visit my office. And it is hard on the feet. Gonna clean that up from some more. I'm gonna be so happy if this works when I'm done. But yeah, I'm definitely not gonna try. I'm definitely not gonna try the Xbox or the N64 tonight. I will try to get those done soon, but in a lot of ways, those are actually both easier. The N64, yeah, we actually got carpets for my kids' rooms. I'm probably gonna get a runner for my side of the bed. My wife is my wife's used to this stuff. Like in Korea, they don't do carpet, so she loves this. She really likes this. I get it, but it's not my thing. Um, but yeah, it's I don't know. I don't know if I'd do this for my office, like I said. Okay, good. Now, are you beeping at me over something? These are so close together that it's actually really easy to just be touching the two tips together. Bridged? I think that's bridged. So the reason the N64 one will be easier is because I don't have to desolder anything for it, whereas the Xbox is also easier in some respects, but I do have to desolder something, and I had to install a mod chip. I think we're good, which is pretty incredible. All right, that could have gone substantially worse, assuming I am actually installed correctly there. So the next one's fun. I think this next one's actually kind of my favorite one. So previously we removed the serial port, and something really cool that they're trying to do with this rumor, according to a rumor I heard. I don't know if the guys behind this have publicly said this, but so as I mentioned, the serial port can be used to hook a couple systems together and play games, which is really cool. But we've removed the serial port. So what? So this is what's interesting. They don't just remove the serial port; they actually have you putting a flex, putting a flex ribbon in place for the serial port that connects to the PS1 digital. And back to the rumor. The rumor is they are looking at enabling the serial port over Wi-Fi, so you could conceivably have, two of these systems, and instead of having to find a serial cable, which I don't even know how you would find one at this point. I mean, other than used, obviously. But instead of using a serial cable, you could just use the PS1 digital connected to your home Wi-Fi, and that is a really cool feature. I mean, like, the stuff that they have done in the last couple years with the PlayStation 1 is really amazing. With Terra Onion has the mode, which is basically it's multi-optical drive emulator, and then there's the XStation Digital. So those are the two main optical drive emulators. There's at least one more. Oh, there's the SIO, the PSIO. That one's really cool too. There's for its own way, even though it has less compatibility, that one's actually really cool too. But the XStation and the mode definitely are the most compatible with things. They're also the harder ones to install. I will eventually be installing one. But if you have an optical drive emulator, definitely the XStation seems to be the most full-featured for some of this stuff. But also the Terra Onion mode should work. With that, you can basically have no moving parts, everything on a solid-state drive, a thumb drive, or an SD card. You can get a memory card that uses an SD card, and then you have the PS1 digital, and those three things basically work together. Eventually, you'll be able to do that serial connection, put all your games on a hard drive or an SSD or an SD card or whatever, and then this memory card brings it all together because if you select Final Fantasy VII, it will automatically select the virtual memory card from the SD card on the memory card adapter. And then the craziest thing about the XStation Digital, the PS1 Digital, and this memory card is they all have their own Wi-Fi for updates. So you end up with this, what is this system, like 25 years old, and it has not one but 3 Wi-Fi adapters attached to it if you use all of these things. So it's pretty amazing. Totally crazy. I love it. I absolutely love it. I can't wait to get that memory card, and I think once I get the memory card, I'll be a little bit more interested in getting the Terra Onion mode, because I think the mode, the main thing I like about the mode over, say, the X Station, although the X Station is probably the best value, the Terra Onion mode's quite a bit more expensive. The thing I like about the mode is that it can run an actual SSD, and that means you can put at least a 2 terabyte hard drive into your a 2 terabyte SSD if you want, but physical hard drive or SSD, I mostly like the idea of an SSD for the no moving parts on this, not so much because it would increase load times or decrease load times, because it actually won't. But if you have that, if you have the mode, you can just get a lot more storage, and then you could essentially have every game you could possibly want to play and more on this PlayStation with HDMI and automatic virtual memory cards, and it just all works. So obviously, as we can see here, this has been a hard install, and we're not quite done yet, and we don't know if it works yet. But I just am so impressed with what the community has done to keep this system alive. I mean, this has been just incredible. I think we're probably in pretty good there. I am honestly less worried about the serial port, because I don't know if I would ever use the serial port functionality, but yeah, I definitely have good solder joints there. So, I have one more flex cable. Let's see where that one goes, because I actually don't know where the last one goes. Oh, it's the audio flex. That one's really important. Let's find that. Okay, this one should be pretty easy after everything else we've done. This is kind of cute, though. Let me see if I can get... Okay, so that's that chip that says AKM. That is our audio chip. We have one final flex cable. And if as you can see, there's a lot... Those pins are a lot less close together compared to the first pins. But then what I think is really cool is the way this little flex cable is shaped. It kind of just goes around those little surface mount components right there, which is kind of cool. I really like I just love the thought and effort that's been put into this mod. It's a really cool mod. I'm just so impressed. I'm going to be even more impressed if it works, partially with myself and partially just that if it works, I get to go and enjoy all the hard work that these guys did. I get to go and enjoy it for myself. Because I know this is crazy for some people, but I started playing Final Fantasy VII on the RetroTink that I mentioned earlier. And the RetroTink it's honestly a really great device, and I bought it even though I knew I was going to do these mods. I bought it because there's still some systems that you can't even get an RGB mod for. The best you can get is video or maybe S-Video for, like the Atari 7800, which the Atari 7800 is kind of a big deal in my childhood, I guess, along with the 2600. But the 7800, you cannot get, there just does not exist even an RGB mod. So I got the RetroTink for that. But that said, I started playing Final Fantasy VII again. I had actually, when it came out the first time around, I actually played it on PC, but I really had a hard time playing it, and Human Shields heard this story, but he's already, I think I've mentioned this to him previously, but he's already gone to bed, so he doesn't have to be bored by it a second time. But the problem that I had with it on the PC was I had managed to talk my parents into getting a Voodoo graphics card. You know, that was like the thing back then. And the problem was I talked them into getting the wrong one. And what I mean by that, this is they got the one I talked them into. But the thing that stunk about the one that I talked them into was that it was the Voodoo Rush card, and I wanted it. I wanted that card because I have I have this like crazy thing with trying to make everything perfect, which has a lot to do with how I'm involved in this mod that we're doing right now. Um, I just want the best experience, and I like multitasking things like that. And the thing that was really cool about the Voodoo Rush was that back then you couldn't just um, back then you couldn't um, with the Voodoo 1 and 2 graphics cards, they were just add-ins. Like they they did not do any 2D graphics for your computer. And so you would have to you could only if you were running 3D graphics. Hold on a moment. Come on, come back up. This is one of the challenges here. Hopefully I didn't mess up the alignment. All right. Okay, so if you wanted to run 2D graphics, you had to switch back out of the game completely, or whatever the 3D thing was. I mean, of course, for me, it was all games, because duh. But you had to, like I said, you had to switch out completely from the game. And I think we're good there. I'm going to clean that up and beep it out and see if we're okay. So anyway, the Voodoo Rush was a 2D and 3D graphics card, and so it actually did work to have 3D acceleration in a window. That was mind blowing. I mean, the number of games now they're like default to borderless window. That was not a thing back then. Like if you ran in a window, you were not able to do 3D. Period. So that was really cool. Like I said, they got what I wanted. But the Voodoo Rush card with its 6 megabytes of VRAM was a glitchy card. And sadly, because it was a glitchy card, and because Final Fantasy VII was a glitchy game, I had a very hard time enjoying that game on PC. And my friends who had it on PS1 had a much better experience with it. But I think the other thing that's interesting is that the game, it was like the first 3D Final Fantasy, and it really doesn't hold up graphically at all. But somehow, playing it on the PS1, where it's this blurry mess because it's these giant pixels of 3D characters, it kind of adds the charm because you don't see that these characters are 50 polygons. You just see that they're characters that are moving, and it's kind of like a 2D game in 3D, like a 16-bit game, but with more to it in a lot of ways. Okay, so everything's installed now. Okay, so we're going to do some basic testing. So we're going to reinstall the motherboard. And it mentioned some spacers. Oh, I know what it's talking about with the spacers. Okay. It says, put the 2 spacers in place. Install the PS1 digital. But it talked about a thermal pad. But the thermal pad is not... We don't need the thermal pad yet. So what we need are the spacers. So I'm actually going to switch back to the desk view. This is exciting. We're on the desk view now. We're not zoomed in. We're going to put this back in the PS1 chassis. Man, this has been a long stream for one thing. I might have to add another install to tomorrow's stream. I'll talk about tomorrow's stream in a moment. Okay, got the bottom chassis. And sorry, I have such a mess here. Let's turn off the soldering iron for now. I just cannot recommend this soldering iron enough. This thing is so nice that it heats up in about 10 seconds. And it holds, like, again, it holds the temperature so well. It is remarkable. Anyway, so yeah, I was really enjoying playing Final Fantasy VII on the PS1, despite the fact that it's a blurry mess. So we're gonna put this in place. Okay. Then we have our little packet here. So this packet has 3 pieces. It has the 2 spacers that will space this over the serial port there, where the serial port was, and it will also, yeah, jeez. And Dennis and Michael, I'll actually send you the Discord server link on Facebook if you don't mind. If you guys want to ever join the Discord server, I'll send it after the stream. Okay, so there's our spacers. They didn't say anything about gluing them in place or anything crazy. Then we have the piece de resistance, or something like that. We have a anti-static bag with a thingy in it. That's funny. I've seen some interesting interviews with these guys that make this stuff, and they said the thermal pad, like they said, might stick in the bag, and it sure did. It stuck to the bag. Okay, but they said that the prototyping of this stuff, prototyping the circuit board is kind of expensive, kind of a pain, but it's the flex cables that are really expensive to prototype, because like you can get circuit boards printed for like $10 for, you know, a set of so many. You cannot do that with flex ribbon cable stuff. That's it can be, instead of like a few dollars, it can be like $20 to $50 or something crazy. It was much more expensive. Okay, so we installed the spacers. We then put the happy board in the happy place. Look at that. That's so cool. This is just so cool. Like, adding this super fancy technology. Okay, hold on. And we're going to check that the... Okay, we're going to check that the 5-volt and 3-volt are not shorted to ground. Oh, because I don't need that on. I can get rid of the fan noise. Sorry. Should have done that a little sooner. Alright, I just gotta... Did this want us to screw that in already? Yes, okay. Let me screw in this, and then I had to check to make sure there's no shorts on the board itself. So basically, as you can see, the HDMI board is actually sitting on the PS1 board, and because of that, there is a small risk that there could be shorts because of in here. It's a pretty small risk, but not a big deal. We're just gonna get that in. And it's nice. They also include that little 3D printed bezel piece, which we'll put in before we're done. But I don't think I have to. I don't think that actually goes in until I'm putting the top part on. Because I think I need the top part to hold that in. So no worries there. We'll just screw this down. If there's any shorts, we'll use more Captain tape, because that stuff is awesome. Okay. So, this is before we plug it all in. We have our... I can't easily show exactly what I'm doing, but there's a couple just test points on here that you just beep out. Like we were doing before, so just gotta check this and this. No beep. So that's great. And then this. No beep. I think we're good. This could be very exciting in a moment, or very sad. So we're almost to the point where we can connect power and see if this actually works. So we're going to connect all these little flex cables to the board. I'm just going to use the tweezers to carefully flip those up. So if these are not open, you're not getting anything in the plug. Okay, so now this one goes like this. In fact, I'm going to use the tweezers to help just put it in. That's one. Hope our audio cable is sort of stuck. Let's fix that. Come on, audio cable, you can do it. Please just don't break the solder joints in the process. There we go. Ooh. That was a little scary. Oh, I think my solder joints are good, but it's probably what I'm most worried about at the moment is the audio port ones as far as the risk of a solder joint wearing out. But I'm not planning to sell this system or anything, so it'll just be my problem at least if something goes wrong. Alright. Then this one in. Okay, now for the big one. Don't need tweezers to grab the big one, but I just need to hope that it's in all the way. I think it is. Okay, so all the flex cables are plugged in now. Hopefully plugged in correctly. Okay, so now we're going to plug in the power. Not even going to plug in anything else except for the power, and I guess we can do the HDMI. So this will be fun. Okay, where's my HDMI cable? I mean, I have a second one, so I could like I think I mentioned this already, but technically the you can actually use the analog and the digital outputs at the same time. So figured we could flip back and forth if everything works. If it doesn't work, we'll be very sad. At least I will be. Okay. Here's our HDMI cable for testing. And let me grab our power cable. Cross your fingers, there's no magic blue smoke. Alright, we're plugged in. Oh, we got a blue light. I think that's the first thing we wanted. Solid light. We have a solid light. Look at that. It's glowing. It's so pretty. Oh my god! Dude! Oh my god. You have no idea how relieved I am to see this much. So relieved. Wow. Wow. I should have had my face on this. I'm so relieved right now. I can take the glasses off, I think. Oh my god. I feel pretty good about myself right now. Let's see. So there's still more testing. We're going to turn this off. We're going to reconnect stuff. We actually have... So I'm a little bit concerned because I don't know if the audio is working, and the audio did get a bit more pressure on it than I would have liked, but I think the solder joint's held up. We're going to crease that like it says. That's excellent. And now we're going to attach the Wi-Fi antenna, which fell on the floor, because of course it did, because it's... Why wouldn't it? Yes, I don't know. Anyway, so we got a Wi-Fi antenna. So this, let me go back to the desk. I know, I wish I had a better camera, and eventually I will, but right now, I sadly just don't. But yeah, this is pretty cool. There's, like I said, there's the Wi-Fi antenna, and the Wi-Fi antenna just connects like your laptop Wi-Fi antenna would. Just gonna grab it with the tweezers. Not sure what I'm clicking on the computer right now, since I'm like clicking while I'm trying to... There it goes. Popped in. Okay, great. So our Wi-Fi antenna is in place. And we're going to reinstall the metal shield. So this is kind of interesting because they don't have us reinstall the the RF shield that we had to take out. But honestly, I don't know how you could, because it would cover up a bunch of that. So I will save these parts, because one of the beauties of these things is if someone really wanted to come along and reverse it, they could. I don't know why you would want to reverse this unless some other mod came out that was actually better. Oh, I should probably put in a bunch of these screws first too. This goes back to why I had the picture, because I'm pretty sure I have one too many screws in at this moment. Because I need one there, I need one here, but then I need one here, and one of these shouldn't be there. Not a big deal though, because I have a phone with a picture. We're so close to knowing if this is fully working. Okay, cool. That was a very useful picture, because I just need to remove this screw for now. this is something I like about when manufacturers put these little arrows in place, because I can't see the arrow where the HDMI port is because of the new board, but the PS1 board has an arrow here, presumably an arrow underneath this board there, an arrow here, and an arrow here, indicating that those screws are supposed to need to be in place. I'm going to unplug the power, put on the shield. Okay. Now we put the shield back on. So I'm gonna... Okay, that should be fine. Making sure everything's gonna be fine. Just fine. Then the Wi-Fi antenna, they route out this hole. Like so. Okay, the one thing I wish they had done when it comes to this Wi-Fi antenna is I wish that they had given it a little plug on the side with the antenna as well, instead of just the side, this other side. 'Cause honestly, this is kind of tricky to route. But more importantly, when if I had to open this again, I'm probably gonna have to put on new adhesive to hold the Wi-Fi antenna in place, and I probably will be opening this again at some point to... I'm not going to stick it down until I test the game loading, but I probably will be opening this again at some point, because I will probably put in an ODE eventually. I mean, the ODE mod in some ways is easier, in some ways it's worse, but if you can handle this mod, you can handle the ODE. Oh, I guess I didn't need to take that screw out after all. Okay, well, it's going back in. It's back. I did remove it to remove the stuff the first time around. Almost all there. Alright, so that is all of the screws until we put the case back together. Now I just plugged in the power, plugged in the controllers. Now I have my little green cable here. Plug back into the laser side first. Then we'll put the laser in place. Need some sharks with laser beams. That's in place. Grab the tweezers to help get this lined up. Great. I would definitely say tweezers were helpful during this whole process. Okay, so everything's in place. Don't entirely like the way that feels with that antenna. I'm going to loosen this up and just... There we go. It's better. Okay, so now before we get carried away and button it up all the way, and before I even put that down, we're gonna actually run something. And there, like I mentioned, there is a command for that in-game menu. Something's a little... Oh, I think that little tab is over... I think I get a little too excited bending that little metal tab up, and it's in the way of the CD tray. That should be enough. Alright, we are... Yeah, there we go. We can now open and close our CD tray. Go. Now, don't mind the weird aspect ratio. That's something that will get fixed. What are you doing? Come on. Save the being impressed for when we know it's working. I think it's working. I unfortunately couldn't hear the audio. Now I can hear the audio. I just had to change a setting. Okay, so I think it's working. I don't know how great this disc is. And when I'm watching this like directly on my TV, the aspect ratio is fine. It's just something with the settings in with the Elgato capture versus this. Okay, so we're loading here. And one of the next things I'll be doing is bring up the on-screen display, but I'm actually going to probably button this up here in a moment and then do some of that. I just was hoping to see this load first. So the magic combination is L2 R2 square X start. And there are actually screens that it doesn't work on. I don't know why this is not running the game or if there's a problem with the system. Let's try a different game that I know is working, but also I want to just load this up and see if I can get to that screen. The sound is really good. Hmm. Not getting the screen, the on-screen display, which is a little bit concerning. I can go back and check the controller stuff later. Which will be important, but I just want to see a game work, because I may have to do some troubleshooting. Hope not. See what this game does. Hmm. Wonder if I do have something bridged or something, because that should be starting the game, but it's not. But I think this is probably where I'm going to leave it for the night and troubleshoot further tomorrow. This was a lot, but actually I am going to test one other thing first. Let's see what it's doing on the analog. Unfortunately, I can't fully. There's one test that wants me to do, and I can't do it because the controller's not bringing up the on-screen display. Let's see what this is doing. Yeah, I have nothing on the analog, it looks like, either. So I may still have something that's bridged on that GPU. Because this is on the analog out right now. clearly need the self-test to work. So if the self-test works, I can then get this probably figured out pretty quick. But because I can't bring up the self-test because it doesn't seem to be working with the controller for some reason, that's been a bit of an issue. I'm trying a different controller, see if we can get that self-test to come up. Yeah, I have a feeling I have a problem with the controller. And that is causing a problem with verifying why I'm not getting a game to load. So, like I said, I think that's where I'm going to call it for the night. But I will figure it out, and then hopefully everything will magically work after that. And I'll probably do a follow-up stream or something to share the result of fixing it. But we're off to a good start, I suppose, for everything. But thank you everyone for sticking with the stream this long, and so I think it's time to call it a night for me at least. So thanks for watching, and I will catch everyone on the next one. And I'm back. I doubt that anyone's watching, but I was just doing some testing with this, with the kind of open but the drive connected, and it actually was working. I still am having trouble getting the menu to go, but I think it was possibly just because things were not shut up all the way. So I figured I'd get back on the stream, even though I told everyone goodnight. I figured I'd get back on and finish this off a little bit further. I'm gonna figure out where the heck I just put the metal plate. There we go. I'm gonna put this all back together. Now, I still had trouble with the controller not coming up, but maybe it just doesn't work from that main menu screen. I don't, but I even when I use the reset method to get on there, I'm having trouble with the controller. But if that's the only problem, that is a problem I will need to address. It seems like such an odd one if everything else is working, because that's the controller's not the tricky part. In fact, that's probably the second easiest bit of soldering of this whole thing, because the easiest part I would say was I would say the easiest part was probably the oh, what do you call it? Can't even think now. It was probably the easiest part was really gotta be the serial port cable. That one was a really easy piece to solder. I'm not gonna mount that yet. Even I will eventually mount it, but since I'm still having some issues with the controller, I'm gonna have to open this up again. I don't really want to mount that, but I am gonna screw down everything. I'm going to put this back together the right way, so I screw everything in. Since I think part of what was causing a problem might have just been stuff in the way of the drive working correctly, because it wasn't tightened down all the way. So we'll see. Because it just loaded the game for me. It just completely loaded Crash Bandicoot. And I didn't even do anything. I'm still really confused with why the controller doesn't seem to work for the menus, because the flex cable could probably test it better, but it seems fine. So I'm a little bit confused, but if that's the worst problem, I'm sure that one's one I can eventually figure out, and will figure out. I better put the laser thingy back in. That would kind of be important. I mean, I certainly wish right now I had an X station in here, but I just don't, and I'm not going to do that right now because I don't have one. And I've been at this long enough today, but it's been an interesting experience. I would say the desoldering was definitely the worst. It was certainly nerve-wracking to install the main flex cable. I am not going to get into doing mods for people, probably ever. It is just not really my thing. But it's nice to be able to do them for myself. Certainly can understand why people would pay an installer, and a lot of the installers, for how much work this is, a lot of them can do this very quickly. A lot of good installers out there can do this much faster than I did. At the same time, it's still tricky work, so when you think about it, spending $40 to $100 to get something like this installed, it's really not bad. I think the only thing that stinks is that you also have to add into that typically shipping both ways. So it gets pretty expensive, and that's how you rapidly arrive at something like, this is an $80 used PlayStation. The PS1 digital was something like $130, give or take. But then you have to have shipping of the kit, and if you're not, you might have to ship the kit and your PlayStation somewhere, and back, and that's gonna add up, and all these. Oops, I forgot to put in the little bezel. All these little things just add up, and next thing you know, it's a $400 PlayStation just because it has an HDMI mod, and that really isn't unreasonable because these are, as I hope people kind of saw, this is a lot to this is just a lot to install. It's a lot of work. And it's kind of fun to do this sort of stuff, but it's a lot more fun when it doesn't take this long because at the end of the day, a lot of this is about, hey, I just want to play a game. I just want to play a game the best way possible. And, the RGB output on some PlayStations is pretty good. On others, it's not so great. And then you still have to deal with playing games with scan converters, and it switches from 240p to 480i and back, and it has issues with resyncing the signal and things like that. It's just kind of the way things go. I'm going to get that little bezel put in, and then I'm going to put this back on. Don't mind me, just trying to get it all put together. There we go. Now let's put some screws back in again. And hopefully with this all tightened up, it's going to work okay, aside from maybe that controller issue. I mean, the default settings probably will be fine for a while, but I definitely want to diagnose and troubleshoot and figure out why that controller issue is happening, because that's not remotely ideal. There will be firmware updates to this. They've already said that they're looking to implement the polyphasic scaler that they're planning for the N64 digital. They're planning to implement it for the PS1 digital, and that's just a nice quality of life feature where maybe the pixels would be a bit softer, but you would have you'd be able to fill the whole 1080p screen. And unfortunately, none of these do 4K. There's no FPGAs out there that are going to be a reasonable price for this sort of work that could handle 4K upscaling and output. And it's not really, when we talk about upscaling with stuff like this, we're usually talking about integer scaling or close to integer scaling, where it's not trying to make the image look better in terms of smoother and stuff like that. It's going to just try to make the image look authentic. Try to make the image look like basically just a clear, larger image. We'll try Crash Bandicoot again. Turned it on. Got signal. Did I not plug that in correctly? Spinning. Okay, interesting. Come on. Boot the game. Boot the game. Really weird. Now it's not. I think I have this flex cable messed up in there. Maybe. Oh man, this should be the easiest part. It looks like it's all okay when when I had it apart last, but I have something just not quite right. And now that I had it working, I want to figure out what is making the problem happen when it's closed up. And then I can go to bed. I guess I could go to bed now. I'm not going to worry about the controller thing tonight, like I said. So I think I got that cable just in the way there, so it couldn't actually work. Yeah, I think I just had that messed up, which is not smart. And I just lost the bezel on the floor somewhere for the HDMI. So let me find that real quick, and we'll close it up again and see if it's working. I don't know where that thing just shut off to, but I'm finding it before I shut this up again. There it is. All right. Try this again one last time. I think this is kind of do or die time here. Either works or I go to bed. I think it's gonna work this time. I think we're all good once I screw this together. I think we just had something wrong with the way the cables were in there. And not having the system shut up nicely. But again, I don't know why it's not responding to the controller inputs. Maybe once I'm fully in a game, maybe the shortcuts for the PS1 digital start working, but it's definitely concerning to me that it's not responding to the controller inputs. I can try to put in the other flex cable that I have, and there definitely is a reason that I got a second flex cable, because I don't have much else that I could do there. I'm such a noob on this type of stuff still. I mean, I'm fairly proficient at soldering. Desoldering, could be a lot better. But yeah, I'm not sure what happened with the controller one, but we'll find out. We'll figure that out hopefully tomorrow. I do have a lot that I had to get done tomorrow, and I have an unboxing. Unfortunately, unboxing will be nice tomorrow to just unbox the Analog NT, Analog Super NT. I'm very excited for that. I've been waiting for that system. The first one I got was the Mega SG, and it was very impressive. I got the NT Mini Noir, and that is also quite impressive. I think that one's more impressive in terms of the build And it does have a lot of cool stuff like Atari 7800 and 2600 and Game Boy cores on the jailbreak. But Super Nintendo is probably one of my favorite systems of all time. Just there's so many games on there that I really enjoyed. Okay, let's see if it works this time. Here we go. Spinning the disc. Come on. I've got something wrong with how I have this assembled because it's like clicking as the disc spins, which just means I have something wrong with how I have that put in. This is driving me completely bonkers because it's working when it's all open. When I had it open, I had the disc off to the side. It's kind of basically holding the disc drive, and it was fine. Man, this is really frustrating. So we're open, looking at what's going on here again. That was before. Put that on. Put this in. Plug that in. Give ourselves a controller. it's running. There it goes, loading. Maybe. Come on, come. Hmm. Just do not get it. Alright, well, I'm calling it a night, everyone. I'm gonna close this up, try it one last time just in case, and then I am going to bed, and hopefully I'll figure it out tomorrow. I think if I can fix the controller problem so I can get through the diagnostic menus, that would help a lot, but when it's not loading games consistently and it looks like it's able to, that's really weird or worrisome. It makes me wonder if I just have a bridge connection somewhere, but that wouldn't really explain why it doesn't. I don't know. If it was bridged, you would think I would just have constant problems. So it just doesn't seem like this really explains the problem. But the diagnostics might help. I mean, maybe there is something bridged. on the GPU, and it's just causing trouble loading. But I would just kind of expect more problems. I'll also see real quick if I can get the test pattern to run that they're talking about by holding the reset button. It's just weird because it loaded Crash Bandicoot fine once when it was open, and it looked fine. Well, I guess I didn't get into anything other than it loading because it's awkward to hold everything. But I certainly want to get some of this cleaned up a little bit too. I have flux on a newspaper on my desk, and I don't really want that to get on the desk any itself. I can't really use my desk as a desk right now. Alright, one last try. Just see what happens. Plug in the analog too, just in case. Throw in a memory card, because I don't think I'm breaking a memory card with this. First off, just power it on. Power's on. Let's see. Just switching to the analog. Yeah, analog works. Digital works, and as I mentioned, I mean, don't worry too much about the aspect ratio, because that's just something with Elgato and this output right now. Well, that got me into this. Yes, this is what I don't get. I can't. It doesn't recognize my controller. Since I can't move this, I can't tell. I can't run the test. I think that's the probably the biggest hang up right now. If I can't run the test, it's really difficult to Whoa, what the heck is that sound? What is going on here? It's like there's just something in the way. I don't have any idea what that could be. I have no idea. Something is in the way of the spinning freely or something. I don't get it. just don't know. I'm going to bed though. Thanks everyone.